Hello and welcome to another holiday Call of Cthulhu episode. This one is for the 4th of July that just passed a few days ago. It's been a while since we did a Call of Cthulhu episode, so this should be interesting.
Yeah, I think the last one was on Halloween last year.
Yeah, that's true. It was. And so it's been, what, 8, 9 months since we did one of these. So, and I'm back with Robin, who, if you watched the last Halloween one, she and I did that one too.
Yes, and I died a horrible death, so that was fun.
And it's a possibility yet again.
Uh, I'd call it more of a likelihood than a possibility.
We'll see. You know, you could survive. You might not be all there, but you could survive. Since I haven't officially ever driven anybody stark raving mad and made them lose all their sanity points, that's sort of a goal of mine tonight.
Oh, okay, good to know.
So we'll see. But I'm Mike. I'm your keeper for the night. And I'll give it over to Robin and let her tell you about her character and all that. So,
Hey, I'm Robin. I'm playing Rose Mills. She is a recently widowed writer, and she writes detective novels.
now, did she just make up stories, or how did she come up with her detective novels?
She just makes them up. Yeah, she's very creative.
They're not. They're not based on the police blotter downtown or anything.
No,
Okay.
and she writes under a male pseudonym. So.
No. In this time, I don't think there were very many female authors, much less detective novel. Yeah.
Right, that's why she uses the male pseudonym. She wants people to take her writing seriously.
Maybe Agatha Christie, but other than that,
Right.
so uh, speaking of the time, it's Jan. It's July 5th, 1928. It's been an unseasonably cold summer so far. In fact, they were worried about the possibility of snow canceling the 4th of July parade this year. And being in Massachusetts, that has happened before. There's been snow in July before.
Which is why I don't live in Massachusetts and never will.
But The 4th of July parade went off fairly smoothly yesterday. Yeah. The entire town came out to watch it. Then they had music in the park and barbecued food and all that stuff. Your standard 4th of July celebration. Except this one had lobster and clams and stuff. A bit different on the East Coast. But, uh, so, and while you were partaking of the holiday celebration, you saw a notice that's been circulating around Miskatonic University campus about a symposium that was happening today that included some of the foremost occult scientists and writers and such from all over the world. And after the symposium, there was going to be a big dinner and charity auction benefiting the university. And the things being auctioned off were occult items brought by the people who were doing the symposium out of their private collections. So, uh, the flyer said you anybody who wished to attend the symposium and later the dinner and auction could do so as long as they donated something to the university, because this is for charity to help the university. So if you made a donation, you can attend. So with Rose seeing this, what is she thinking?
Well, I don't really know much about like occult stuff, and I think that might be sort of interesting to just like check out and see what the deal really is with all this. So,
And you probably figure since it's a charity thing, the dinner's gonna be pretty good. So, yeah.
right. Plus, as far as donating to something goes, the university is pretty, worthy thing to donate money to. So,
Yeah, you being a writer, you probably spend a lot of time in their library anyway.
yeah.
Yeah. So, after the stuff, the celebration yesterday, and you seeing the flyer, you headed back to your apartment. Uh, did you bring your dog with you, or is it waiting in your apartment when you get back?
Well, since everything was outdoors, yeah, I brought him along.
And so, describe what Rose and her dog looks like.
Okay, well, the dog is a German Shepherd. His name is Sandstone. He is attack trained, but he's also very obedient. So.
Yeah.
And Rose
So,
is,
so it's your standard gold with black trim sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Okay.
And Rose is 26. She's got a, well, I'd say pretty nice body, like athletic build. Brown hair, hazel eyes.
Okay. So, after the fireworks and the food and all this, by that time you're starting to get tired and people are starting to head home for the night. And so you go back to your apartment. The one thing you don't have to feed the dog tonight because it's a celebration.
Right.
He ate more than he usually gets, so
Yeah,
he's
he got stuff from me and I'm sure a few other people that he managed to beg off of.
right. He's seriously full. So, so you get back to your apartment. Describe your apartment where you live.
Well, it's probably not like it's not one of the higher end places you can get. It's a working class
Mm.
apartment. Some furniture that's fairly nice. My parents gave me or gave me some of their stuff when I got married. So
Right. So, do you keep the place nice and neat, or is it cluttered with a bunch of stuff? Or
well, it's neat for the most part. I do have like four bookshelves lining the wall that are full of books. So
uh,
and I have my little writing area set up in my bedroom. That's not in the living room. So I've got my typewriter on a table in the corner in the bedroom. So
okay.
out of the way. The living room is just your typical area, couch, a couple of chairs.
Mm.
There's some prints on the wall.
Does Rose have very Does Rose have very many visitors, or does she know very many people in the area?
She's
Or
got like a core group of friends,
mm.
mostly married couples.
So, Rose being recently widowed, do you still have pictures of your now deceased husband?
Oh, yes.
So there's like pictures on the mantle and all that
Hmm.
stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you end up doing some writing, and then because you're probably as full as the dog, you end up uh, calling it a night a bit early because uh, the day had been a day, basically. And so You wake up the next morning. What did you say the dog's name was?
Sandstone.
Oh, yeah, Sandstone. You wake up to him uh, he had climbed onto the end of the bed and was working his way up toward your face because he decided it was time for breakfast. And when a dog that size decides it's time for breakfast, you generally get up.
Right. Well, trust me, no matter what size the dog is, in my real life 16-pound terrier lets me know when it's time for breakfast.
Yeah, but Sandstone's a German Shepherd
Yeah.
that's 4 to 5 times that size.
Right.
So when he plops on your head, you pretty,
Right.
yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
okay.
and, you know, he basically, you get him to move, but he like gently takes your wrist in his teeth and is like pulling you, trying to pull you off the bed. So apparently, all that food that he ate last night uh, digested fairly quickly. Yeah. So, what do your mornings consist of?
Coffee and lots of it.
Um,
But first, I better feed the dog before
yeah,
he decides to have me for
yeah.
breakfast.
Uh, it is exactly 8 a.m. So, you feed Sandstone. What do you feed him? Do you feed him like dry food or?
He gets both wet food and dry food.
Yeah. So you feed him and while he's distracted, you have a cup of coffee and you see the flyer sort of, it's not completely crumpled up, but it's all wrinkled up laying on the kitchen table. Um, if you look at it again, the symposium is going to start around 2 and then dinner is at 6, followed by the auction at 7:30. Um, dinner and auction are uh, how do I want to put this? Not black tie, but you can't just go there in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt.
Well, in 19, what is it, 28, I don't think women wore jeans and t-shirts anyway.
Uh, the symposium, however, you can dress however you like, but the dinner is formal.
So I guess the first thing I need to do then is go check my closet and make sure I have something appropriate.
Right.
If not, then I need to go shopping before.
Yeah, that's true. And you could find something downtown. The campus is just off of downtown, so how close would you say you live to either one of those, either the campus or downtown?
I probably live about 5, 6 blocks from downtown.
Eh. So if you needed to, you could easily go shopping.
Right.
So you've got about 6 hours until the symposium. What are you going to do with yourself?
I'll get some writing done, but first, like I said, I'll go look at my closet and see what I've got. And see if I...
Mm. So why don't you give me an intelligence roll to see if you can decide on something or not?
Okay. That is 5 out of 70.
No. You definitely think there's something appropriate to wear. By the way, how does Rose normally dress?
Uh, Blouses and skirts, like
Mm, like what your average college kid would wear?
yeah.
Because you're not that far off. So, being a writer, did you actually go to university at all or not?
I'm from California, so yeah, I did there.
So, if you're from California, what brought you across country to Massachusetts to begin with?
I figured that if I was going to be effective as a writer, I needed to see as much of the world as possible. And I got to Massachusetts and met Eddy and just kind of stayed.
As a matter of fact, tell us about Eddy. Tell us about him and how the whole thing happened, and yeah.
Well, like I said, I kind of met him here, just sort of basically bumped into him on the street and we started talking. And it was one of those sort of whirlwind things. He uh, got married about a year after knowing each other, and unfortunately we were only married for about 3 months when he was killed in a freak accident in the factory he worked at. He and another guy were both killed. Some sort of equipment malfunction is what the factory owner told me.
Well, the factory is the Bose Tool and Die Factory just on the edge of Arkham in the industrial section of town. And tool and die factories have a lot of heavy machinery in them, and because they make dyes and uh, mold for tools and stuff like that. So a lot of steel and heavy material and big machinery with parts that can take your arm off and stuff like that. So I know this because my dad worked there. So, um, and so you were married for 3 months and then this happened. And how long ago was this?
It was just short of a year ago, so like 11 months or so, so pretty recently.
So next month will be the year anniversary of
Right.
the accident.
Yeah, which sucks because I mean, like I said, 3 months we were still in the honeymoon phase of
Yeah.
our marriage.
Uh, did you guys get to go on a honeymoon, by the way?
We were actually still in the process of planning it, so no.
Uh,
We were trying to save up some more money before we
right,
went.
right. So you decide that you don't need to go shopping, that you have a dress that would be suitable for tonight. So you spend the rest of your time writing, or
Yeah, definitely spend several hours writing, the break for lunch.
well, yeah, because sandstone would
Oh,
need to
yeah,
go.
well, I'm going to take him out first before
Yeah.
I start writing.
By the time lunchtime comes around, he would probably need to go out again anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
And he's really good about not bugging me while I'm writing. He just lays there at my feet.
he's like, don't like the noise of the typewriter, but I'm kind of used to it by now.
Yeah.
Um, what would you be currently working on? Then, do you have an idea in mind, or do you have a book in progress or story in progress?
Well, I got one I'm just actually pretty close to finishing up.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get that done because, deadlines.
Yeah, and if you don't publish, you don't eat, so it's a good
Right.
thing. There are several publishing houses in Arkham and in the surrounding area. So, are are you writing stories for magazines, or is that how your income happens, or how does it work?
I've got a publisher that I'm working with, so I actually have book deals,
Okay.
hence the deadline.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you have so far been successful enough to have enough income to support yourself, along with the settlement you got from the tool and die factory. And that in itself was very strange. Uh, they were gonna uh, deny you a settlement, but all of a sudden, out of the blue one day, they were like, oh, we'll give you this amount of money. In fact, their lawyer brought it to you in a briefcase, and it was cash. And that's extremely odd. Because, you know, a settlement go, you fuss, and then they finally send your lawyer a check and all that stuff.
Right.
But in this case, the lawyer brought you a briefcase full of cash.
Yeah. Strange, but not strange enough to refuse it.
Well, no, you weren't gonna say no to a briefcase full of cash. Then you've never heard from them since. Uh, so it rolls around to about noon. You've been working for between 3 and 4 hours. Sandstone looks up, stands up, stretches, and is like, you need to take a break.
So I'll ask him if he wants to go for a walk.
And you do that, and he puts his front legs on you, his front feet on your lap, and just sort of stands there.
The tail going wag, 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 wag.
Yeah. Which you realize it's going to be hard for you to get up with him standing that way.
Right.
But you convince him to get down long enough for you to get up and go grab his leash and such. Because there is a leash law in Arkham, because the town is big enough that they don't want animals running around loose.
Right.
Some poor old lady might get attacked by a cat or something, you know. So as you're stepping out your door, you hear what definitely sounds like a police siren. And it sounds like it's headed your direction. What do?
Well, I guess I'll look down the street and see if there's any police cars coming.
You see one police car definitely headed your direction, but behind it you see an ambulance.
Hmm.
Um, they both speed past you. And as you watch them go by, it looks like they're headed for campus. So you'd,
Might as well wander in that direction and see if I can see what's going on while we're taking our walk.
okay, so you and Sandstone start making your way toward campus. You get to the edge of Miskatonic University uh, within a few minutes. There is a coffee shop on the edge of campus where all the students go. Because the coffee in the cafeteria is like bad.
Water. Yeah. Like airplane coffee.
Yeah, including the airplane. So, uh, and you see a bunch of students hanging out outside in front of the coffee shop, just sort of milling around in front of the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you go up to them or do you head further on the campus and keep following the police car and the ambulance?
I'm gonna keep following them because, these people have been in here drinking coffee. They're not necessarily gonna know what's going on.
So, you keep going. And you get to what passed back in the day for the student union on campus. It's in one of the main buildings. In fact, it happens to be the building where the police car and the ambulance seem to have parked. Um, and it's also the building in another room, not the student union, but in another room, it's also the building that the symposium is going to be held in a couple of hours. So, given that, it's really sort of strange that there's a cop car and an ambulance parked out
Right.
front. So, do you try to go in or what?
Well, I doubt that the cops would like that very much. If they're here for a reason, they probably don't want civilians like wandering in there, around in there.
Well, you get close enough to see into the entrance of the building. Um,
Can I roll for listen and see if I can hear anything going on?
and they're actually a listen skill.
Yeah, yeah. There's a listen skill.
Okay. Okay, you can do that.
1 out of 60. Actually, rolling pretty damn well so far.
So far, you can roll as well as you want. till you get to the stuff that matters.
Right. Yeah.
uh,
Then my dice decide that they're gonna kill me.
right. So you, in fact, hear uh, the two cops that are there. Uh, you hear one of them tell the ambulance attendant to be very careful with the Professor Jackson and not to uh, contaminate anything till we've had a chance to dust for prints and stuff like that.
Okay.
Um, and it's at that point you actually see another policeman standing in the doorway of the building. So your assumption that they wouldn't want to let you in was correct. Because he's stationed there to keep anybody and everybody out of there.
Right.
Because Dr. Jackson is a fairly well known professor of occult sciences. He's the head of occult sciences at Arkham University, which means Miskatonic University, which means he's fairly well known because this is the foremost university for studying strange shit. So,
Right.
uh, and it's going to cause a serious problem with the symposium today that something apparently has happened to him.
Right. Well, as far as I know, they're gonna cancel it if something has
Well,
happened to him.
that's something you can try and find out because they've got guests coming from all over the world. So I don't know that they could cancel it at the last minute, but
Oh,
you can ask somebody. So what do you want to do?
guess I could go um gonna head over towards where the ambulance is to see if I can get a glimpse of him, see if if I could tell what happened to him as
Well,
they take him out to the ambulance. I mean, of
yeah.
course, the cop's probably gonna tell me to get the hell out, but I could try.
Well, okay. So you go over and stand behind by the ambulance as inconspicuously as you can manage to do.
Sandstone peas on the ambulance tire.
Right, yeah.
Which he probably would.
Well, yeah. So, there goes your inconspicuous.
Right.
So, the two ambulance people, you see them wheeling out a stretcher. They stop at the back of the ambulance and open the door. Do you try to get a look at Professor Jackson before they
Yeah,
lift?
that's what I'm back here for. Yeah.
before they lift him in the back. Uh, there's got to be an investigation skill on here somewhere.
Well, there's spot hidden. That's as close to investigation as.
Okay. Yeah. So give me a spot hidden roll and see how you do.
Okay. Uh, oh, that would be 48 out of 70.
That's a normal success. So you are able to get a look at the professor as they're loading him in the back. You hear him groan as the wheels on the stretcher hit the back of the ambulance. Because whenever you get into an ambulance, there's always that,
Right. The bum, bum, bum.
yeah,
Yeah.
that real uncomfortable entrance there.
Right, which is great because I mean, if you need an ambulance, that's kind of the last thing you need is to be jarred further. But yeah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Especially if you have like internal bleeding or
Right,
something.
or a spine injury or neck
Yeah,
injury or
right,
something.
yeah. So, but you hear him groan and they push him in the back. The odd thing is you're not sure you can believe what you saw because Dr. Jackson, Professor Jackson, looks like he's been in a deep freeze for a week.
Oh,
The skin is gray. There's ice crystals on his clothing.
okay, that's weird.
And even though he groaned when they put him in the back of the ambulance, he didn't move. His limbs did they didn't jostle or move in the slightest.
Okay, so he's been frozen.
That's what it seems like. But you're like, how in the hell could that happen?
Right.
Because there's the only deep freeze on campus that you know of is in the kitchens where they make the food and such, so, which is 2 buildings over from where you currently are.
And like he would probably not have been frozen in that anyway, because that would, how and why would that happen unless someone was trying to murder him?
Yeah, that's about the gist of it. So what do? At this point, the ambulance people close the back door. They get into the front of the ambulance and drive away with Professor Jackson.
Well, I guess at this point, are are the cops still there?
The one cop is standing at the doorway. The cop you heard is standing in the doorway of Professor Jackson's office.
Okay, well, at this point, then I think we'll continue our walk, and then when I get back to my apartment, I'll call the university and ask them whether or not the symposium's still happening. But with the cops there, I'm not going to try to go in.
Okay. So you guys, do you walk on campus or do you basically just head back to your apartment?
Make a big loop around campus and head back the long way.
You once again pass the coffee shop on the edge of campus, and there's even a bigger crowd around there than there was when you passed it going the other direction. But it doesn't seem like they're organized in any way. It just seems like there's a bunch of people hanging around the coffee shop for some reason. Maybe they're out of coffee and they're waiting for them to get more coffee or something. Uh, so you make your way back to the apartment. Do you have any neighbors?
Yeah, there's other people that live in the complex. I don't really know most of them that well.
Because there is, when you walk up to your door, you pass an elderly man standing outside his apartment talking to a girl who looks to be maybe 17. And they're having a conversation. And he says, "Did you hear about what happened to the professor on campus this morning?"
He's asking her that.
Yeah, if she had heard about it. She's like, "Well, one of my friends goes to the university there, and they mentioned something about the cops being there, but didn't really give any details." She goes, "And plus, there was a bomb scare at the coffee shop. Some the counter help got a note saying that somebody was planning to blow up the place."
Oh, that's not good.
Uh, he's like, "That'd be a shame. They have decent coffee." Like, it's even where I go when I want a cup of coffee. Uh, and then he goes, the world's just going downhill. It's like, we had this nice celebration yesterday, and now bomb scares and, you know, frozen professors, and the world's just going to hell. Huh. She goes, yeah, it is getting kind of iffy around here. But I've already been accepted to the university for next year, so I guess I kind of have to hang around. And, you know, their topic of conversation switches to normal neighborhood gossip kind of stuff. You know? Give me a strength roll.
Strength, okay.
Yeah.
54 out of 50. Just missed that one.
You're, for some reason, Sandstone is tugging on his leash, and he did it at just the point where you were kind of distracted and like pulls you toward your apartment door. Give me a dex check.
That was 61 out of 50.
He basically jerks on his leash, and you end up face planting in front of your front door. He's apparently extremely anxious to get inside for some reason.
Is he like acting scared or?
He's acting like there's something inside that he wants to get to.
Okay, so I'm thinking, if I've got mice, that's not a good thing. Hopefully he doesn't hear anything skittering around in the apartment that he wants to nab.
And this is not normal. He doesn't do this.
Right. So I'll get up and open the door, and I'm like, "What is it, boy? What's going on?"
Do after you get up, do you look around to make sure nobody saw this happen?
Yeah, probably.
See if the old man, is still standing there.
Yeah.
So he makes. So you two get in. Do you take his leash off at that point, or
Yeah,
what do
I'll
you do?
unclip the leash from his collar.
He makes a beeline for the bedroom. I mean, he's in the bedroom before you can even shut the door. And you hear him. It's not really a full throated bark. It's like um it's like a deep whimper almost.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely gonna head into the bedroom quickly to see what's going on.
Uh, give me a spot hidden roll.
55 out of 70.
On the wall next to your typewriter, written in what looks like a combination of blood and ice, is the simple words, "Help me, Rose."
Okay. I'm at this point trying not to freak out. and
And
because who the hell is in my apartment writing in cherry Slurpee, which hasn't even been invented yet? So,
well, no, it's not quite that. It's, you know what something looks like after it's been in the freezer for a while? It gets the ice on top of it and all that.
yeah.
Well, the letters are written in what looks like blood, and then it has the ice crystals over the top of it. Um, and give me the first sanity roll of the game.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
32 out of 80.
Okay. You're able to keep it together.
It takes some effort.
Yeah. No.
I'm gonna look around, like, obviously look around my apartment and see if there's anybody in here somewhere. I mean, like, look under the bed, look in the closet.
Okay. You look all over the bedroom and don't. Well, give me a spot hidden roll.
33 out of 70.
Do you have any of Eddy's clothing still in your bedroom, or have you gotten rid of all of that? Or
Gotten rid of most of it, but I haven't been able to part with the tux he wore to our wedding.
you look at that in the closet. There's ice crystals on it. And it's the 5th of July. So,
Okay, so I'm at this point, like, still trying not to freak out. I'm gonna sit down on the bed and say out loud, Eddy, baby, is that you? Um,
uh, give me another sanity check.
oh fuck. Ah, phew. 4 out of 80.
Yeah.
I picked the right dice, I think is the thing. I picked the right dice for tonight. Because some of my dice are nicer to me than others. I just have to find the right ones.
uh, you say that out loud. Did you have sandstone when Eddy was around, or did you get sandstone after?
I got him after because, as a widow, I figured it would probably be good to have something for protection since I'm, yeah, never liked guns. So, and besides companionship, so.
When you ask if that is Eddy, two things happen.
Okay.
You hear in your head, you hear, I need your help.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Eddy's voice.
Okay.
And secondly, Sandstone, from laying on the floor beside the bed, jumps up on the bed and basically tackles you. And now he's like laying on you on the bed. So, what do you do?
I'll push the dog off, and I'll be like, I don't know what's going on here, but help, help with what? What can I do? Can't believe I'm talking to a ghost.
And you hear in your head, you're the only one that can help me out of this.
How? I mean, help you? How? You're dead.
Uh, and the next thing you hear is, I'm running out of time.
Time for what?
You don't hear anything after that.
How can I help?
Um, give me an intelligence check.
36 out of 70.
Your first thought is to head to the factory where the accident happened. There's something, when you ask, how can I help?
Mm-hmm.
Something in your head started pulling you toward the factory where the accident happened.
All right, so I'll get Sandstone's leash back on him, and
And then you remember that the representatives from the factory haven't talked to you, haven't mentioned word one since that strange incident with the briefcase full of money.
mm-hmm.
So you sort of surmise that they might be hiding something.
Well, right, especially since they didn't exactly give me details on the accident.
No, uh, they didn't give you details,
They didn't even let me see his body.
and all of a sudden, one minute they were fighting you, and then the next minute their lawyer shows up with a briefcase full of money,
Right.
and nobody says anything to you after that.
Yeah.
Um, did you ever go to the police and see if there was a report filed about the incident? Because you said that one of the other workers died too.
Right, he was injured. He died in the hospital. So, um, yeah, I did that while they were fighting me before they gave me the money to see if I could find anything out to use as leverage.
So was there much in the police report other than they think it's an accident?
Yeah, that's about the only information that the factory didn't give me was I found out from the police report what uh, kind of uh, what the machine was that failed. So
So what actually happened? How did it kill him?
yeah, he was. All I know is he was crushed by something.
Uh,
And then the other guy was did fell on both of them, but Eddie was
uh,
killed outright. And the other guy survived like another half day before his injuries killed him. And it was only the two of them that were.
you would have thought that that would have showed up in the paper at some point.
Apparently, the factory made the owners made sure that didn't happen.
There should have been some enterprising young reporter that tried to force their way into that.
Right.
So it's a bit of a walk to get to the Bose Tool and Die Factory because it is on the edge of Arkham in the industrial area. And they keep the industrial area a bit out of town because they don't want, you know, all the toxic smoke and such.
Right.
The the university that pretty much ruled Arkham, uh,
Right.
the university would not want toxic smoke floating over campus.
I can't imagine why not.
just make just make more weird things happen. So you actually start on your walk. Uh, are you gonna try and walk there? Or are you gonna try and hail a cab?
Um, yeah, I'll try and hail a cab to see if any of them will let a dog in.
Um, one black cab, similar to the ones in London, stops, and the guy's like, "You need a cab, miss?
Yes, trying to get to the die-in tool factory.
I can do that." Um, he looks down at Sandstone. And he's like, mm, "I'll let him in, but I'm gonna have to charge you extra
Okay, that's all right.
because he might ac- accidentally tear up the back seat or whatever." So, uh, but I'll let him in. Uh, so the two of you climb in the back seat, uh, and the cab driver's like, "What's a pretty thing like you want with going out to the industrial section of town.
I need to check something out there. My husband was killed in an accident almost a year ago, and I kind of have the feeling they weren't exactly straightforward with me about what happened, so I need to figure some stuff out.
Well, sorry to hear that. I hope you figure out whatever it is you need.
Yeah, thank you.
And it takes about 25 minutes by cab to get out there. It would have been a considerable walk.
Yeah, that would have been quite a walk.
So he drops you off and says, that'll be $10 for you and 5 for the dog.
Okay, so I'll give him $15.
That's the biggest fare he's had all week, actually. So, you're like, so you give him the money. The two of you climb out of the cab. You give him the money, and he drives off. You walk up to the doors, to the main doors of the factory. Give me a strength roll.
Okay. There's 34 out of 50.
You pull on them fairly hard. But even though it's a normal work day, they're locked. What do you do?
Is there a window I could go around and try to peek into?
There are windows on both sides. There are a couple of rows of windows on both sides. So we'll say you go around to the right side of the building and try to look in a window.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a spot hidden roll.
16 out of 70.
What you're looking at is the main floor where all the heavy machinery are. This is where Eddy would have worked. This is actually the first time you've ever been here. He didn't want to take you here because he thought it would be too dangerous for you. So, you see a man lying on the floor. Wrench in hand, but he's lying on the floor.
Are there any other people in there? Or is it just him?
The other people seem to be much further back in the building, and they seem to be going about their normal job. You hear machinery, you hear, because that machinery's loud, so it can be heard outside of the building.
So they're just ignoring the dude laying on the floor, or they don't see him, or
And one of the two, they either didn't see the guy yet, or they saw him and they're continuing to work. Uh,
that's a little weird either way.
so, what are you gonna do?
I could try knocking on the window and see if anyone hears me and comes over.
Okay. You knock on the window, and after a couple minutes, this slightly overweight looking middle aged woman comes to the window with a look on her face like, why is there somebody knocking on the window? And she looks at you and goes, like, what do you want? Because you can't, there's no way the two of you could hear each other. So, so she's like, what do you want?
I'll point towards the door to let her know that I need to.
She nods and disappears. So, do you go toward back
Yeah.
around to the door, or
Yes.
okay? You get to the door and she's standing there, and she opens the door. Even with you two standing next to each other, it's difficult to hear. But you hear her say, can I help you? Why are you here?
I need to talk to whoever's in charge here. I have some questions.
Um, she's like, that would be uh, Mr. Johnson. He's up in his office on the second floor. And she points directly above you. There's no elevator, there's just a very large flight of stairs that go up. She says, well, if that's everything, I need to get back to work.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Thank you. So,
And she wanders off.
I'll head towards the stairs and tell Sandstone, okay, we're going up.
And he beats you up to the top of the flight of stairs. He's turned around at the top of the flight of stairs like he's waiting for you. with this incredulous look on his face, like you really need more than two legs.
Right.
And, uh, But you get to the top of the stairs, and over to your left is a door with a plaque on it that says Mr. Johnson, Factory Supervisor. Um,
Now, is he the one who gave me the money, or so he would?
no,
I mean, what I'm wondering is, would he know who I am or anything about?
he would know who you were. Uh, the Bose family owns the factory. They would have been the ones whose money you got.
Mm.
And their lawyer is the one that came and gave you the briefcase full of cash.
But he would be aware of the situation, though.
Well, yes, he would. Him being factory supervisor, he's the one in charge.
Mm-hmm.
He would have been there in charge the day that Eddy and the other person, the day the accident happened.
Right.
So, so what do you do?
I'll knock on his office door.
You knock, no response. Fact, Sandstone barks when you knock, and there's no response.
Mm-hmm. Um, I'll call through the door. Hello, Mr. Johnson.
You wait a second, there's still no response.
Yeah, well, guess I could try the door. Probably shouldn't. I guess that's not considered breaking and entering if you just jiggle the doorknob.
Uh, g- give me a strength check.
uh, what is if you get? Oh, I guess that's a 10 because I got the double zero and then I got a zero on the other die. So would that be 10?
Yeah,
Okay, so 10 out of 50.
so you easily turn the knob and the door opens.
Okay, so I will kind of, before I go in, I'll like peek around the door frame, see if he's there.
Nope. You know,
Was he the one lying on the floor downstairs?
you don't you don't see him anywhere near the doorway.
Okay, well, I guess I'll go in.
And no, the person you saw on the floor with a wrench in his hand was wearing a maintenance
Mm-mm.
type uniform. Um, so you walk into the office. It's a nice office. And, yeah, Mr. Johnson is apparently doing well for himself. Uh, do you close the door or do you just leave the office door open?
I'll leave it open.
Um, you walk through the main area of the office, uh, which looks like it's been set up to be like a waiting area. There's a few chairs and what looks like a pot of really old coffee. And then you walk through a little doorway and there's a desk there, a large office desk. But the office chair isn't facing you. It's facing out the window that's looking out onto the parking lot from the second story.
Is it empty or is he sitting in it?
You don't know. You would have to, given that he did not respond to you, you would have to turn the chair around.
Or I could just go over and stand by it.
Well, you, in some way, you would have to look into the chair. You'd have to physically see if he was there or not. Because he's obviously not responding to you when you knocked on the door or anything. So, what do you do? Did you freeze on me? It looks like Robin has had computer issues. Let's see if she makes it back. This is a good time for me to plug the other games on the channel. We played 5e Dungeons and Dragons, a homebrew game, and we play Vampire the Requiem. We alternate Saturdays on that. Next week is going to be Fallen Dragons, our homebrew game. We put those up on YouTube usually the day after the game or at the latest on Monday. We would love it if you would like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Fallen Dragons RPG. And there's lots of back content for you to look at. Just got a message from Robin. She is in fact having computer issues. It's booting up again, and there she is.
Stupid computer. Okay.
It always seems to do this while you're in the middle of a game.
Yeah.
Maybe
Not always, but yeah, occasionally, unfortunately, it does that.
No. Um, so you are currently standing in front of this large office desk with this high back office chair turned looking out the window.
And I'm gonna go walk around the desk to stand beside the chair.
Um,
And while I'm walking around, they're like, I really don't mean to bother you, Mr. Johnson. Just wanted to ask you a couple questions.
and still no response. And Sandstone, oddly enough, crawled under the office desk and just sort of lays there like he's taking cover.
Okay. That's not ominous at all.
And you walk around to the end of the desk and before you get to the chair, you see a pair of men's fairly nice leather shoes sticking out from the side of the desk. You finally make it around the chair and you see what you assume to be Mr. Johnson with we'll put it this way, his heart is visible.
Ah, so is his chest torn open, or?
You could say that. And there are all manner of, and this is very odd, there are fruit flies flying around.
Okay.
And even you know that you don't normally see fruit flies if there isn't fruit nearby.
Right.
But um, and the other thing you see when you look up toward his head, it's there, it's connected, but it's frozen solid.
So his head is frozen. The rest of his body isn't, but his chest is torn open.
And his heart is laying on top of his fancy work shirt.
Do I
Right,
need to make another sanity roll at this
you,
point?
you do, as a matter of fact. And the interesting thing is, his heart has been placed so that it doesn't interfere with his tie.
Okay.
Whatever did this wanted to keep it nice and neat, but
Okay, so the sanity roll was 99 out of 80.
uh, roll me a d6.
A d6. Okay.
Yes.
6.
You just lost 6 points of sanity.
Okay.
You slump over. You basically slump down against the desk because all of this is starting to add up as far as how much you can handle.
Well, yeah, as I would think it would, sort of at that point.
So your sanity pool drops 6 points. So it goes down to 74.
Right.
Um, let me check something here. But I do believe that if you lose that much sanity at one time, uh, you develop a mental illness of some sort.
Oh, fun!
So let me check real quick in the handy dandy rule book. Um, regular damage. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. If you lose 5 points as a consequence of a single sanity roll, they have suffered major emotional trauma. Um, the player must roll a D100. If the result is less than your intelligence, um, the player fully understands and comprehends what has been seen and goes temporarily insane for 1 to 10 hours. If they fail the roll, they block it out.
Okay.
um, so roll me a D100.
So that would be a 10 in the percentile.
Right.
Okay.
Percentile dice, basically.
Right. And I want it to be.
Equal or less. Well,
I want it to be equal or I want to fail this one.
if it's equal or less to you than your intelligence, you comprehend everything and go insane.
Right. So I want to fail this one, so I block it out.
Right. You want it to be higher than your intelligence number.
Right. And it was not. 46 out of 7.
So uh I have to roll a D10 now. D10, D10, there we go. So for the next 2 hours, your world gets very weird. You,
As if this wasn't weird enough.
you basically, uh, you,
I crawl under the table with sandstone.
yeah, yeah, he's like, hi. You actually start hallucinating and you hear sandstone. It's like, why do you think I crawled under here? And you're like, what?
Without the dog's talking to me. Okay.
And then the next second, you know, you're in a wedding dress standing next to Eddy. And as far as your brain's concerned, you're there. You can hear all the noises. You can hear the preacher talking. It's, it's like you're at your wedding. But as you say, turn to Eddy to say your vows, what you see is Eddy's body, where it basically looks like it did at the funeral, where it's been crushed and, in fact, he's wearing the same. Well, no, his wedding tux is hanging in your closet.
Mhm.
He's wearing the suit you buried him in, but he's standing there talking to you.
I'm having a bad trip. Okay.
Yeah, and and this goes on for the next 2 hours.
Great.
And the last thing you hear before your brain snaps out of this is you hear Sandstone say, I'm hungry. And then your brain somehow goes back to normal reality.
Yeah, well, normal reality ain't so normal right now. So I'm gonna crawl out from under the table and like run out of the office and like down the stairs, and I'm gonna tell them, your your boss is your boss is dead up there, and what's the guy lying on the floor down here? What's with him? What's going on?
And about the time you finish saying that, you turn around and there's a pair of policemen standing next to you. And they're like, oh, she told us about him. So there's another dead guy upstairs.
Yes, yeah, he's very, very, very dead. Yeah, his heart's out and his head's frozen, and I don't know what the hell this is. And
And you feel one of the cops grab you and go, and just what did you have to do with that?
nothing other than I found him there. I nothing to do with it. I came here because I had some questions to ask him, and I found him like that.
I think we'll have to get a statement from you down at the station.
Yeah, I'll give you one. Yeah, I'll give you a
This,
statement. I'll tell you exactly what I saw.
it's like the cop that has a hold of you is like, I'll have my partner go upstairs. You come with me to the parking lot and we'll get you in the back of the car.
But you don't think I did? I didn't do anything.
He's like, you look like a nice lady, but some very weird shit is going on here and
You're telling me.
we have no idea, so we're not discounting anything or anybody at this point.
Do I look like I've just killed somebody? I don't have any blood on me.
Actually, did how close to the guy on the floor did you get?
I didn't touch him.
And they also think it's weird that there's a German Shepherd you're holding on a leash down there. It's like, this is very weird. And so he escorts you and Sandstone to the car. It says as soon as my partner gets back, we'll head downtown and you can give us a statement. And in a few minutes, his partner does come back. He's like, we need to radio an ambulance really quick. There's some messed up shit up there.
What good's an ambulance gonna do? He's not alive.
Well, we have to take him, you know, ambulance, morgue, whichever you want to pick. We can't just leave either one of them laying there.
The guy on the first floor. Is he dead?
Yep. His head was caved in
Oh,
by his own wrench.
oh,
I'm telling you, there's some weird shit going on in here.
yeah. I couldn't tell if he was dead or just unconscious when I saw him through the window, but I thought it was weird that they were just kind of going about their business and ignoring him.
mm, ignoring him? What?
The guy on the floor, the other people working there,
Yeah.
I don't know. It seemed weird that they weren't trying to help him or anything.
The lady that let us in the door took us directly to him. And he goes on to describe the woman, and she's the woman that let you in the door. She's like, as long as they're not cops, I'm not going to worry about this. So as soon as the cops showed up, um, so they, the cop that helped you into the car, uses the car radio to radio the ambulance, tell them what's going on, and over the radio handheld thing, you hear laughing like they don't believe him. He's like, well, you can see for yourself when you get out here. Yeah. And both the cops get into the car and they turn on the siren and take you down to the station, you and Sandstone, who sort of slumps on the floorboard of the back of the car. And yeah, it's been too much for me. Clump. Yeah,
Plus, apparently, he's hungry.
yeah, yeah.
At least he's not talking to me anymore because that's a little more than I wanted to explain to the cops.
Yeah. So, um, it's 9:30 my time, which makes it 10:30 your time. Do you
And
need a?
we're on the same time.
Oh, duh. I see. I'm used to doing Dungeons and Dragons where everybody's different. Do you need a break, or did you deal with that while your computer was
Well,
being weird?
since I need to feed the dog at 10, why don't we take a break then?
Okay. Um. So you get to the police precinct downtown. They usher you into the building. They didn't cuff you, but they're basically on either side of you, so that if you decided to bolt, they would grab you. Um, they take you into one of the interrogation rooms. Go, okay, what happened there?
So I'll tell them exactly why I went there, for one thing, because I'm sure they'll want to know that. So I'll tell them I had some questions regarding my late husband's accident there. Um, I wanted to ask whoever was in charge. So I went there. I tried to open the door. It was locked, which seemed kind of strange because it's normal work hours. You'd think the door would be unlocked. So because it was locked, I went around to the window and looked in, and I saw the guy lying on the floor, and everyone else was just kind of, further back doing their work, and I could hear the machines and everything, and they, seemed to be just ignoring this guy, which again I thought was really weird. So I knocked on the window, and that lady you saw came over, the one you talked to, and she let me in. I told her I needed to talk to the supervisor. She told me where to find him, and then she went back to work. So I went upstairs. Sandstone and I went upstairs, and I knocked on Mr. Johnson's office door. He didn't respond, so I went in. If I did anything wrong, that's all. The whole trespassing thing is the only thing I can figure that I did wrong. But I went in, and he wasn't in the front area, so I walked back to his office, and his chair was turned around to face the window. So I, thought if he was there, I went around and saw what you saw, and that's it. And then I guess I sort of blacked out for a couple hours. Got When I saw it, the whole thing got to me.
Well, they're both sitting there. They go, the only thing that is making us believe you at this point that you didn't have anything to do with this is the fact that both bodies, you couldn't have done what killed them.
No, I don't know what could have done what killed them. I mean, the guy on the floor, maybe he committed suicide, but Mr. Johnson, I have no idea.
I don't know that you could commit suicide by caving your own skull in with your own wrench. That'd be kind of, because it'd take more than one shot. So I don't see some guy standing there going, well, several times.
But yeah, I have no idea who or what could tear somebody's chest open like that. And the whole frozen head thing, what was that? What the hell was that?
At that point, you think back to, your brain goes back to the Eddy's tucks in your closet with the ice crystals on it.
Well, I sure as hell don't think my dead husband killed anybody.
The cops are like, what?
Sorry, it's been a day.
um, Give me a listen check.
1 out of 60.
You hear breathing. That's not you or the cops or the dog. And you look up, and behind the cop that's sitting at the desk with you, Eddy is standing there.
Of course he is.
In it's Eddy's form, but there are parts missing. Like, his chest isn't all there. And when you look up and see him, the temperature in the room gets very cold.
I'm just gonna go ahead and do another sanity check.
And in fact, the cops comment on, did somebody turn a fan on or something? And yes, you need to do a sanity check.
That's kind of what I figured. And 83 out of 74.
Roll me another d6.
Fuck. This is not going well. This is not going well. 5.
You just lose 5 more sanity points and roll me another percentile.
Okay. Another percentile? Okay, let's 10.
You wanted to roll above your intelligence.
Yeah, I didn't. By any stretch.
You look up, you see Eddy. You can see his hands have frost all over them. And like I said, some of his parts are missing. And he has this extremely pained look on his face. And you just lose it. Yeah. First, let's see. First, Um, you basically disassociate. You said you are suddenly in an empty room. I mean, stone walls, stone floor, empty room. But this thing that looks like Eddy is slowly advancing from the other side of the room. And that's all you're focused on is the fact that this thing is coming toward you. Like part of your brain is like it's Eddy, and the other part is like not so much.
I'm gonna start like backing up,
Yeah,
like walking backward.
yeah. And the other strange thing you notice is that not only are the cops not there, but Sandstone's gone. You are alone in this basically concrete room with with Eddy, basically. Uh, and it keeps advancing on you. Suddenly, your back hits the back wall.
Yeah, I expected that to happen at some point.
As you're backing up, you can't go any further back.
Right.
And the room is getting colder and colder as Eddy comes closer and closer. What do you do?
What most people would do at that point, start screaming.
uh, Eddy stops momentarily and then continues coming forward. Like, like what the hell was that? And then, you know,
um, so in this room, is there a door at all, or is it just four walls?
give me a spot hidden check.
30 out of 70.
Okay. You do see what looks like the outline of a door. You don't see a handle, however.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start edging along the wall toward it. Like sliding with my back against the wall toward the.
Eddy, as you're doing that, Eddy reaches a hand out toward you. And you hear in your head, if you just come to me, we can be together finally.
Uh, I'd rather stay alive, thanks.
He's like, sorry, but I can't let you do that.
Why not? Tell me what's happening. Tell me what's going on. Tell me what I can do to fix this. Did you kill those people at the factory?
He, he slowly nods.
Why? And what does any of this have to do with me?
You hear in your head, the maintenance guy was just a prop. Uh, Mr. Johnson, however, well, The maintenance guy was the guy that didn't fix the machine.
Okay. Well, I
And,
guess I can understand that then. I
and,
guess.
and Mr. Johnson is the one that is supposed to order parts and keep things up and all that. So, ostensibly, those two are the people that killed me.
Okay, I understand that, but what about Professor Jackson? Was that you? What the hell was that?
That wasn't me per se.
Okay, the whole freezy thing, same thing. So,
Yeah,
so what was that?
one of the objects in the auction is my grandfather's pocket watch.
Okay, and
Apparently, Professor Jackson picked up the pocket watch. Not the smartest move he could have done. These, these are occult items. Strange things happen when you touch them.
okay, but you somehow have the same ice powers as the occult item? What's that about?
Well, actually, that's in reverse. That that watch never did that until this happened to me.
Okay. So where do I fit into this? Why are you trying to kill me? I love you. I thought you.
He's like, that's why I want you with me. At least in the place I'm in now, we could be together. Right now, I'm just on top of suffering being here. I'm doing it without you.
So that
And
so that message you left me that helped me. That's what that was about.
yeah,
Oh, okay. In the place you are now, where exactly is that?
oh, it's dark here. There's a forest. But all I know is that it's extremely, extremely dark and cold. And I've been here since the day after I died.
Dark and cold. That doesn't sound great. So if I did join you, then we'd both be in this dark, cold place.
Yeah, that would be the downside. Yes.
And I don't suppose if I don't agree to come with you that you'd just leave me alone.
It would be extremely hard for me. You're the only chance I have. And I don't want to spend eternity here. And if you can't help, I will just have to continue killing people until I find somebody who can.
You would kill innocent people who had nothing to do with your accident.
I have to make people see what's going on. And if that means killing other people, I will do it.
Well, like I said, I can understand you killing those two, but I don't want anyone else to die.
Like the two cops in this room, which you can't see them. The room you were in is gone. Or at least in your head, the room you were in is gone.
They don't need to die.
If two cops die, they'll notice.
And if I come with you, no one dies?
Well, he stops for a second. It actually looks like he's thinking. He's like, as much as I want you with me, it would just mean we were both trapped here.
Right.
And then you see this large, dark shadow come up behind him, and Eddy disappears. And you're left in this empty room all by yourself.
So it doesn't go back to normal where I can see the cops?
After a little bit, your brain re-engages in reality. And fireworks, I guess.
Yeah, guns, something.
Yeah. Um, and suddenly you're back in the room where the cops are, but you're sitting on your butt on the floor with your back in the corner. They're far a wall, and they're just sort of looking at you like, yeah, what the hell just happened here?
I don't know. I I I don't know, but uh um you know how I said I didn't think my dead husband had killed anybody? I was wrong. He did.
And how would you have suddenly known this?
Because he was just talking to me now.
I think we better transport you to Bellevue. I think you need to talk to somebody over there.
Um, I think you're probably right.
but I will put in the report that you were cooperative, uh, and we don't believe you had the ability to commit the murders that happened there.
I didn't. I can't believe who did, but yeah.
So wait here, and you hear the officers talking to each other, and one of them tells the other one to go find somebody to transport you because, like, and be as quick about it as possible because we do have to investigate that.
Wait, if I'm being transported there, what about Sandstone?
Uh,
Uh, here,
hmm,
let me let me give you the. I'll give you my publisher's name and address. You can take him to his house. He'll watch him. Just explain. They get along. They've met.
okay. Fact, we'll drop we'll drop him off there on the way to taking you to the hospital. That
Okay.
that way you can say goodbye or whatever is necessary. Because the cop is like, I don't know this guy. Well, what? We'll take you by there and let you drop the dog off before.
Okay.
So you're there for a few minutes by yourself. And suddenly Eddy reappears. But he looks worse than he did. He goes, You have to find my grandfather's pocket watch. It is the key to getting me out of here. There was apparently an odd inscription on the pocket watch. You have to get to it.
Do what I can. I'm sort of being taken to a mental
Because
institution right now.
as you can see, I'm looking worse.
I
This
noticed.
the longer I stay here, the worse it's going to be. And he's like, You have to do this while I still have time to get out of here. And then he fades out.
Okay. I'm gonna have to try to convince the cops not to take me to the hospital then. That's not gonna be easy.
And I think we'll take our break here because it's 10 o'clock.
Yep. Are
So,
you hungry? Oh, here he is.
yeah,
Here he comes. He heard the H word. Oh, and he heard the boom booms. Okay.
yeah. So, so we'll take a 20-minute break. We'll be back at 10 after and see how well you can manage this.
Yeah, considering I'm down to 69 sanity points at this.
So, are you having fun so far?
Yes.
Okay. So,
It's not going well, but hey, it's Cthulhu. So yes.
it's going exactly how I want it to go. So
Yeah, yes, I know it's your goal in life to drive me insane.
you you thought your dice were gonna help you. Nah, they're
Yeah,
just they're just waiting for the exact right moment to screw you over, like they always do.
right.
Yeah. So okay.
Okay, I'll go feed Chase and
Okay.
be back. You said 10 after?
Yep.
All right. Well, that would be a 10-minute break.
Okay.
20
Fine.
after.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. See you then.
All right. Hello.
Hey, I just realized on the break that, man, this is all my fault. I'm the one who put in my backstory that I was widowed and the factory accident and everything. I should have known. I should have known you'd do something terrible.
Well, at the at the very least, when I text you and asked you what was your husband's name, you should have got a clue. Because I was originally gonna have one of the symposium people not show up, and you were gonna have to go. The university was gonna ask you to assist them to find this guy and blah blah blah. But then I was like, if I really want to drive her crazy, the easiest way to do it, having been recently widowed and only married for 3 months, is, have Eddy be the issue of this whole thing.
Yeah, the moral to the story, folks, is be careful what you tell your DM.
This is true. This is true.
They will use your backstory against you.
That's what it's there for. So it's there to give us both ideas. Yeah. You can play and I can use it to kill you. So
Great.
that's the way it goes. So, but if you're ready, we'll jump back into this.
I am ready.
Okay.
Hey, I still have 69 sanity points left. Let's
Well,
see how long that lasts.
I'm going to try and get rid of as many of those as possible.
Yeah, I figured.
See, if you'd have been like Eddy in the first game we played that only had 40 sanity points, you'd be in deep shit right now.
Yeah, well, like you said, you should probably put your highest points in sanity. Sanity is not a dump stat.
No, not in this game. Fact
Oh,
that your most useful stat in this
yeah.
game. So so welcome back to our little Call of Cthulhu game here. Our little 4th of July Call of Cthulhu game. Right before we took our break, Eddy came to you again and talked to you about the pocket watch that his grandfather's that is in the auction of occult items for the university. Eddy hadn't ever gotten around to telling you much about his grandfather, so you had no idea that he was into occult things and stuff
Not a
like that.
clue.
So, and then Eddy faded out just as a female cop walks into the room. She says, "Hello, I'm Officer Davis. I'm going to take you uh, to your publisher's house to drop off your dog and then
Right.
take you to the hospital because apparently you need to go there."
Um, you know, I thought I did, but I had a temporary little thing and I'm feeling a lot better.
Well, you're gonna you're gonna have to talk to my sergeant because the paperwork's already been put through. Um, I can get him for you if you like.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. Just a second, and she walks out of the room. What are you gonna do when this guy comes in?
I'm just gonna tell him that, thing is, I was under a lot of stress. I mean, I just found a horribly dis, you know, uh, disfigured dead body. And yeah, I might have temporarily lost it for a minute or two, but I'm not crazy.
He does walk in at that point. You tell him that. He's like, "Well, miss, that is why we're taking you there because you you were involved in a double murder scene and we just want to make sure we want the doctors to check you over and make sure you're okay."
Oh,
Uh,
okay, so you're not committing me. It's just a just a checkup.
is the paperwork we submitted is at most they'll keep you overnight for observation. The police department cannot commit somebody. We would have to get a court order for that. But we can send you over there for observation to make sure you're okay. So,
Okay, well, hopefully it won't take too long. I mean, I've got stuff to do. I have a deadline for my latest book.
mm, if you have a complete break, you won't be there to finish your book anyway. So
Yeah, well,
it's
there's that.
it's better to make sure you're okay, and then you can go on with other things. And with and he says, "I hope you do turn out to be okay." But and with that, he walks out of the room, and Officer Davis reappears, and so if you if you'll follow me to the car, we'll get this going.
So I guess I'll get Sandstone and we'll get in the car.
Um, Once again, Sandstone just sort of slumps on the back floorboard.
So I'm
And
gonna pet him and be like, "That's okay, my publisher will get you something to eat."
and you can just imagine him thinking, "This has been a hell of a day.
Yeah.
this isn't anywhere near our routine. What the hell's going
Right. Exactly.
on? So you give the Officer Davis the address to your publisher, and she drives you over, and it only takes a few minutes. And she parks the car beside the sidewalk and goes, if you want to take the dog up there, I'll just wait for you in the car.
Okay, so I'll get Sandstone and go up to the door and knock on it.
Your publisher comes to the door. He's like, hi, Rose.
Hey, can I ask you a favor?
Uh, yeah.
Can you watch Sandstone for maybe the rest of the day and part of tomorrow? I need to go talk to a doctor.
Okay. Sandstone and I always get along.
Yeah,
And he,
that's why I thought of you.
and he reaches down and pets the dog on the head. And, yeah, we can hang out for a day or two.
Thanks.
Are you okay?
I think so. I've had kind of a big shock today and kind of
Hmm.
threw me a little bit.
Do you need an extension on your deadline?
Yeah, a couple weeks might help a little. I'm almost done, by the way.
Well, I will be greatly interested to see it when you are done, but just a second. And he leaves and checks it. And what he does, he leaves for a second and comes back. Says, I've checked my calendar with the dates we've already had set up with the actual printing company. I can give you an extra week
Okay, thank you.
without messing up their printing schedule. So, okay. Um, and once again, I hope you're okay. Uh,
Thanks. I will be, I think.
and I will uh, take care of Sandstone for as long as necessary.
Okay, thanks. I'll bend over and pet him. The dog, not
Yeah.
the publisher. That would be a little weird.
Although with the way your day's going, it's possible.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. He'd be at that point. He'd be thinking, "Yeah, okay, maybe you're not so
Yeah.
okay."
Right. Maybe you do need that doctor appointment. So, and then he, hang on. uh, where, oh, uh, uh, then he looks, he turns his head a bit and sees the police car sitting parked by the sidewalk. Goes, are you sure there isn't anything I should know?
No, I found a dead body, and that's that's kind of what threw me. That's all. I was just giving the police a statement, and I kind of lost it a little bit at the station, and they decided they needed me to get checked out. That's all.
Hmm. Okay.
I mean, the state this body was in, I think anybody would have kind of lost it a little bit.
Hmm. He's like, okay, I'm not gonna ask any more questions. Uh, you do what you need to do, and I'll take care of Sandstone.
Thanks.
You come and get him when you're ready, okay?
I will.
And he takes the dog's leash and leads him into the house. The dog turns and looks at you like, okay, this is another odd thing on a really odd day. What the hell?
And I'll be back. I'll be back. Be good.
And your publisher's like, I've got some leftover beef stew over here. And the dog is suddenly his attention's on that. And,
Right.
yeah,
That's typical dog
yeah.
behavior.
And,
Food.
yeah. So you head back out to the police car, and Officer Davis is sitting there waiting for you. And this time she lets you get into the passenger side of the car since you don't have the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, I somehow don't think I could have sat in the passenger seat with a German Shepherd on my lap.
Nah, wouldn't
It
happen.
works with a terrier, not with a German
Would have caused a little difficulty driving, yeah.
Shepherd.
So she's like, well, okay. So we'll get you to the hospital. And it's, you have to go all the way across town. So it's a bit of a trip to get there. Especially um, with New York traffic. It's like, even back in 1928. Yeah, because you're dealing with car traffic and you're still dealing with horse traffic, and it's a mess. So you eventually get there, and she comes around to your passenger door and opens the door. Give me a spot hidden roll.
Yeah, 90 out of 70.
Uh, you see that she's got a file in her other hand, but you don't. Well, looks like a file, but you don't notice anything about it. And she basically walks you into uh, the reception area at Bellevue and waits there with you until one of the nurses comes out and Officer Davis like tells them who you are, what the situation is, and hands the nurse the file that she had in her hand that had all your official, has the police statement and all
Mhm.
your official paperwork and couple of notes from the officers.
Yeah, that'll be fun. That's gonna get me committed right there.
And um, she's like, okay, uh, let me go show this file to a doctor, to the doctor on duty, and I'll see what he wants to do. So, a few minutes later, um, she comes back. She goes, we're gonna put Rose in a room, and the doctor's gonna come talk to her. And um, she tells Officer Davis that, in fact, she tells her that she can go now, but she hands her the file back and um, told her that she's made copies of it. That there's a form in there now stating that you've been released from custody of Miss Mills, and that uh, we'll follow up from there, and we'll give you updates as necessary. So, um, Officer Davis squeezes your shoulder and, uh, like, out of view of the nurse, she just sort of squeezes your shoulder a little bit and walks away. And the nurse leads you down one of the hallways to an empty room. Uh, Fairly Spartan room, you
At
know.
least it's empty and doesn't have like some psycho raving away in there.
Well, no, they don't generally. In observation rooms, they don't generally put more than one person in there.
Oh, okay. Well, at
Yeah.
least that's a plus.
It's got your standard metal frame bed and, washstand, sink, the whole thing. A little, a little padded chair. Yeah. It's like a really cheap hotel room in New York in 1928, but um, there's a bathroom, of course. Um, and she says, Dr. Bolden will be in to see you in a few minutes. He's finishing up with another patient right now. And and I'll come back and check on you when I do my rounds in about an hour, if you're done with the doctor by then. And she turns and leaves, closes the door. Uh, Give me a listen check.
29 out of 60.
When she closes the door, you hear it lock. Give me another listen check.
That is 63 out of 60. Just missed that one.
You can hear screaming down the hall.
Yep, it's a mental hospital.
But you can't make out what is being said. Yeah. So, what do you do while you're waiting for the doctor?
I guess I'll just go lay down on the bed. It's been a day.
Yeah.
I could probably use a little rest.
And not very long, maybe 15, 20 minutes, you hear the door unlock. And this medium built, brown skinned man with very neatly kept hair, wearing a doctor's lab coat, but you can see the shirt collar and the tie under the lab coat. Like, hello, I'm the doctor, and you must be Rose Mills.
Yes, I am.
And he pulls the padded chair over next to the bed where you are. He's like, so, what's brought you here today?
Well,
And he has your file in his hand.
what brought me here was I found a dead body that was very torn up in a horrible way, and it threw me a little. And, of course, the police wanted a statement, and I gave them a statement. And while I was doing so, I guess I had a panic attack, and it, they got worried. That's all.
Well, he sets the file on his lap, and it looks like he's trying to figure out what to say. He's like, well, seeing a dead body is traumatic for anybody.
Yeah, especially the way this one was torn open.
Uh, I am a little concerned about the, as you call it, panic attack in the police station. However, um, how how long's it been since you, well, I'm assuming you slept in your own apartment last night or own house.
Yes, I slept in my apartment.
Um,
Actually, I went to bed a little earlier than usual.
so, um, he opens your file and looks at it. Yeah, the notes from the precinct officers, they were worried about you. They said you reacted in a way that they've seen some drug addicts react, but you know,
I'm not on drugs.
they didn't assume you were, which is why they were worried. Um,
I was just under a lot of stress. I'd been, I had a big shock.
says here you're widowed.
Yes,
How long ago was that?
about 11 months.
So that hasn't been long either.
No,
Uh,
it, no, it hasn't been easy. That could be part of the stress.
hmm. Well, what I'll do is I'll give you a sedative so you can sleep. We'll keep you here overnight, and then I'll check on you in the morning, and if you're okay, we'll go from there.
Okay.
Um, and he says, um, I'll tell the nurse to bring it to you. Um, so I'll check on you. What, 7 in the morning? Um, I would wait until after breakfast, but you don't want to eat here unless you have to.
Not that good, huh?
Well, let's put it this way: I don't eat here. Yeah. Uh, but I think a good night's sleep will help, and we'll see how you're doing by morning.
Hopefully, I can sleep after the day I've had. I guess that's what the
Yeah.
sedative's for.
Well, yeah. What I'm gonna give you will pretty much knock you out for the night.
Okay. That might be welcome, actually.
We don't want any more panic attacks, as you call them. You um, so you see him scribbling in his prescription pad, and he says, "Well, I'll check on you in the morning then," and walks out the door. You hear it auto lock when the door closes. And so maybe a half an hour later, the nurse comes in with this little cup that has a couple of pills in it and a glass of water. She says, "Now, these are pretty strong. They're going to knock you out fairly quickly. Um, so just warning you of that." uh, Then you remember you haven't had dinner. In fact, you haven't eaten since lunch
No.
because you've you've been having a hell of an afternoon.
Right.
But you also remember what the doctor just said about eating here too.
You're right.
Yeah. So what do you want to do?
Um. Well, I guess I'll just call it a night. I'll take the pill and sleep.
Yeah. You take the 2 little pills and you knock them back fairly easily with a glass of water, and then the nurse said, "Oh, um, breakfast is at 8:30. Um, I make my rounds about 8, so I'll see you in the morning."
Okay, I think the doctor was gonna check on me at around 8 anyway.
Yeah, he does his rounds before I do mine. So, and then she turned and walks out the door, and it's not very long before you start drifting off.
Hmm.
The only thing is, you drift off to sleep, and you are suddenly, once again, back in the hallucination you were in, which was the wedding scene,
Uh-huh.
except this is a dream. It's not a hallucination.
Right.
And this is after the ceremony. You're standing in the church hall or wherever you had the reception, and your family's there, and Eddy's family's there, and everybody you invited is there, and Eddy walks up to you, champagne glass in his hand, but he looks even worse than the last time he appeared to you. You can tell he is seriously fading, and it won't be long until there's nothing left of him. Whatever's controlling where he is sucking what life force that he was able to muster out of him. And he's like, "I don't have much more time. You have to find my grandfather's pocket watch for me to have any chance of getting out of here."
I know, but I can't get out of where I am right now. I'm trying, baby, I'm trying.
And, and with that, once again, you see him fade from you. And once he does, the entire wedding scene fades.
So is there just oblivion? Am I just asleep now, or does it fade to something else?
Uh, it fades, and you find yourself in a forest at night, with the only light is the stars above you, and you're walking along what seems like a deserted road. And you've walked a bit, and then it gets even darker as a shadow appears behind you. And you hear in your head, once I take Eddy, I'm going to take you too. And then the shadow disappears.
Okay.
And then you are just in oblivion,
Okay.
caused by the pills that knocked you out.
Yeah, the dreams are probably caused by those too, because you know that stuff can fuck with your
Well,
brain.
yeah, but so sooner than you would like, the door to your room unlocks and the doctor walks in. And you're startled from sleep and you look around you and the sun is coming through the window and you suddenly realize where you are. And the doctor is like, "Good morning, Rose. How are we this morning?"
Well, I think I'm okay just waking up.
Mm.
Kind of strange dreams last night, but maybe that was the sedative.
Well,
I mean, not nightmares, not bad dreams, just strange.
well, you had a really rough day.
Yeah, I
Plus,
did.
plus the meds on top of that.
And I hadn't didn't eat much yesterday either.
Oh, well, that doesn't help. The meds on an empty stomach would not have been good. Least you didn't see clowns at the circus.
No.
We'd have had to admit you for that one. Clowns are out of here.
So is seeing clowns a common thing in here then, or?
More common than you would think. So, uh, so tell me, if we let you, if we discharge you this morning, what's today gonna look like for you?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna go pick up my dog from my publisher's house, then go back to my apartment and eat because I'm starving, and like you said, I don't want to eat here.
Right.
Then I might swing by the university and go to the library. I hang out there sometimes.
Now, what is it you do?
I'm a writer.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Have you ever heard of Harvey Lincoln, the author?
I have. I,
Mm,
do,
that,
I don't know that I've read any of his stuff, but I've heard the name.
that's me. That's my pseudonym.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
So, well, it would seem logical that you would hang out at the library then. Um, I'm just a little, like I said yesterday, nervous about the break that you had in the police station.
Trust me, it wasn't so great from my side either. That's never happened to me before.
What I'm gonna do is I will sign your release form on one condition. I will give you my card with my number.
Okay,
And if anything like this happens again, call me
I can do
because,
that.
because I want to make sure you're okay. Because that whole incident seems really strange to me, and there's something going on there. I may not be able to identify what, but there's something going on there. Uh,
I'll call if anything happens to me again like that.
and, so he's like, um, he takes out a form from your file and goes, well, then I need you to sign here, and then I sign directly underneath it. So, and,
Guys, all
and he hands you a fountain pen because they don't have disposable pens back
right.
then.
I'll
So,
sign it.
and then he looks at it and signs it. Says, um, I'll go give this to the nurse, and she should come and get you in the next few minutes. Like I said, you call me,
I will.
because if you don't and something goes wrong again, one, you might not survive it, and two, they might put you in here for a long time. And
Well, from what you said about the food here, I don't want that.
no, you don't. That's what most of the screaming is about. So,
People not wanting to be here.
well, and not liking the food. Uh, There are rumors that orderlies put things in the food. So,
Is that true or just a rumor?
it's a rumor as far as I can see, but
Things like what?
like medication and stuff,
I hope that's just a rumor.
well, we'll see. But I hope things go well for you. I hope you don't end up back here.
I hope not either, and I will give you a call if anything starts going sideways.
Okay. So he walks out of the room. About half an hour later, the nurse walks in. Well, it looks like you've been discharged.
Yes.
Do you have a way home?
I'll probably need a cab.
I can get one for you while you're getting ready. So she walks out of the room, but this time she leaves the door open. And you collect your stuff and head out behind her. Um, you make your way up the hall behind her, she goes behind the reception desk and makes a phone call and has you sit there in the waiting area. And she goes, I just called the cab. They should be here in a few. I've got to start dealing with breakfast. And she walks away. And in a little bit, another one of these black cabs pull up. And you head out the door. Uh, a short, rather portly man opens the driver's side door, and sticks his head out and goes, Are you Rose Mills?
I am.
Uh, I was told to come and pick you up.
All right. So I'll give him my publisher's address.
Okay, I can take you there. And then a little bit, you're at your publisher's house. So you're in a dilemma, though. If you let the cab go, you're going to have to call another one.
Now I can have my publisher drop me off at my apartment.
Okay, you can do that. So you walk up to the door and knock on it, and your publisher comes. So how's it go from there?
Oh, tell him I'm here to pick up sandstone and
Sandstone sees you through the screen door and is jumping up and down, and your publisher's like, he's a really good dog. I didn't have problem with him. In fact, he just sort of sat by the fireplace most of the time. He does tend to eat a lot.
yes, he does.
So, but, so how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. The doctor seemed a little concerned, but gave me his number, told me to call if anything else happens.
Okay. We want you to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
So he, uh, Sandstone pushes his way out the screen door and immediately, like, in fact, give me a dex check.
Oh, 89 out of 50.
He base he runs out the screen door and bumps your knee, and you end up on your butt on the porch.
Oh, but like, yeah, I missed you too.
And then he sort of, he's like, hey, there's an opportunity to jump in her lap. And he does. And you suddenly have a full-size German Shepherd in your lap. Eh, And your publisher just looks down and chuckles. Like,
I'll ask him, hey, can you give us a ride home, please?
I can do that. I've got to go over to the university anyway. r- really weird thing at the dinner and the auction last night.
Oh, what happened? I was supposed to be there. I missed that. What was that? What happened?
Uh, the food was all bad.
Bad, like ruined? Bad, or bad, like rotten?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
it was weird.
that's strange.
And then the auction, every everything sold except one thing.
Was there a pocket watch, by the way, that was being sold? Just out of
Uh,
curiosity, something I must have seen it in an ad or heard about it somewhere.
Actually, that's the one thing that didn't sell.
Were they asking too much for it, or no one wanted to bid, or what was the deal with
N-
that?
Nobody bid on this thing. Uh, and the and it's a nice watch. It's solid gold. It's anybody. It looked nice for anybody, and nobody bid on it.
Do
No.
you know what they're doing with it? Where they have it now?
Um, it's stored in one of the basement storage rooms at the university. I'm sure one of the maintenance people could tell you because they're the ones that put it there. Uh, I don't know how much they were asking because nobody bid on it, so I don't know. So, you want me to drop you in Sandstone off at the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Um, so the three of you climb in his car. He has a very nice 1928 Studebaker, one of the more expensive cars for the time. Um, Even more expensive now if you happen to find one. But and you have to go across town, but it doesn't take you all that long because the morning traffic is past and it's not lunch rush or anything like that yet. So doesn't take you that long. And he parks the car in front of your apartment building. And you and Sandstone jump out. Well, Sandstone jumps out, you know. I'm imagining you do it a little
Yeah.
gentler than he does. Uh, and your publisher, as he closes your door and is about to drive off, goes, "Well, I'm glad to see you. They think you're okay. Uh, Hopefully it'll stay that way. And I'm expecting the finished manuscript in 2 weeks' time."
I'll have it to you.
So if anything else comes up between now and then, give me a call.
I will.
And he drives away, and you and Sandstone head into your apartment. Now, it's been, what, 2 days since you've been in your apartment?
Mm-hmm. Day
You
and a half.
you go into your bedroom. The message on your wall is gone. However, uh, on Eddy's tux hanging in your closet, there's not only ice, there's blood. So, you know at least Eddy's been there. What do you do?
Well, since it's been since lunch that I've eaten, that's why I
Okay.
wanted to come to my apartment so I could eat something before I head
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
university.
It's been close to 24 hours since
Yeah.
you've eaten anything. So,
And like, as you know me in real life, there is no fucking way I could go
no.
24
Uh,
hours without
oh,
eating.
oh, I wouldn't even do that. Uh, Sandstone is chilled because your publisher fed him before you showed up. So he's like, I'm cool. Um, how long has it been since you went grocery shopping in your little apartment?
I actually went on July 3rd, so
Okay, so you've got food in the fridge.
yeah.
So you make yourself food. And for the first time in 2 days, as you're eating food, you're like, okay, this feels almost normal.
Almost normal.
So as you're finishing your lunch or whatever it is, it's close enough to lunchtime. What are you gonna do after that?
I'm going to head to the university and see if I can get down into the basement and find the damn watch.
You gonna take Sandstone, or you gonna leave him there?
Uh, Probably would be a little strange to have a dog walking around in the
Uh,
university.
yeah,
So I'll leave him. I'll
okay,
tell him I'll be back.
yeah. He climbs up on your bed and gives you this dejected look. He's like, "Cause you don't often leave him," so he's like, "Ow." But it's still a bit chilly for July, which is strange. Uh, but you head out toward the university, and and you pass the coffee shop on the edge of the university, and the crowd seems even bigger than when you passed it 2 days ago. there is definitely something odd going on in the coffee shop. But you head into the main building of the university where the auction was held. And people are milling around doing what they normally do in their day. So, what do you do?
I guess I'm gonna try to find the stairs down to the basement and see if we can.
Uh, that's easy enough because there's a door with stairs marked on it, as there aren't any elevators in 1920.
Right.
Everybody's got to take the stairs. So you walk through the door and you see a staircase going up and a staircase going down. So I take it you're headed down.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to actually go down 2 flights of stairs. And then there's a door marked basement at the end of this second stairway. Um, Give me a strength roll to see if you can get through the door.
19 out of 50.
The door seems not to be locked. Um, you walk through. There's only one light in this room. It's a bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling. And it's dirty in here, and this place is only used for storage, so uh, you hear what seems to be generator noises, which the basement, uh, the university has backup power, and this is where that's at. So what do you do?
I guess I start looking around for any boxes. Are there like boxes on shelves and that kind of stuff? If
Yeah,
it's a storage area.
they're all those, metal work shelves, and there's uh, at least a dozen boxes.
Okay, and I'll just start looking through them and see if I can find the pocket watch.
Give me a spot hidden roll.
1 out of 70.
Wow.
Yeah.
The first box you go to, you open it up, and it's got looks like almost sheets like bedding and stuff. and or you look closer and it's more like tablecloths and stuff like that. So, uh, you start rifling through the tablecloths, and at the very bottom layer, you find the pocket watch. They put all the tablecloths over it so it wouldn't get damaged, but you find it almost immediately. And what they told you was correct. This watch is expensive. The case is solid gold. The the bezel that you wind it with is silver.
Oh.
Eddy's granddad spent a bundle on this thing. And that would have been around the late 1800s. So,
Yeah, well, I remember, and I remember what Eddie mentioned to me about the professor touching it, and that's what happened to him. So I'm gonna I'm gonna open my purse and take a handkerchief out and use that to pick it up.
yeah. Okay. You pick it up, and do you open it or not?
Well, he mentioned the engraving was on the back, I think, so I'll flip it over. Not, I won't necessarily open it, but I'll flip it over and see if there's anything on the back.
There is engraving. It says, uh, um, you can set the day to keep the cold away. Seems like a very odd engraving, but that's what it says.
Hmm. So I don't really want to get caught down here, so I'll stick it in my purse and I'll go back up to the main
Okay.
area. In fact, now that I have what I need, I'll just go home.
Okay.
And once I'm there, I'll be like, okay, I feel kind of funny talking to you, but is this what you needed, Eddie? Or what am I supposed to do with this?
You walk home. You walk past the coffee shop again. This time there are people laying on the ground, and there's a cop car there. And the people on the ground don't look to be in good shape. Uh, and there are three cops standing in the doorway of the coffee shop. So, um, but you walk past that. In fact, you walk very carefully past that and head back to your apartment. Um, you you get in and close the door, and Sandstone immediately like, yeah, and and with a German Shepherd, when he stands on his hind legs, he's almost as tall as you are.
Right, like paws on the shoulder.
Yeah, like, he's very happy that you made it back. um, so what do you do next?
I'll ask Eddie, what am I supposed to do with this? No, I don't know if I'm expecting an answer at this point. I feel kind of weird talking to him, but I'm so well. I got your watch. What am I supposed to do?
He says, did you read the inscription?
Yeah, but I don't know what it means.
Open the watch.
Yeah, so I'll do that with the handkerchief, so I'm not touching it.
Along with a watch face on the inside of the other side is a calendar dial that you can set to whatever day it happens to be. He says, set the time on the watch to right before I went to work. You know what time I would normally leave for work.
Right.
Set the watch to 15 minutes before I would normally leave for work.
Okay. So I'll do that.
Now, set the date dial to the day before the accident happened.
Okay.
Now, press the bezels back down on each one,
All right.
and you do that, and it suddenly gets freezing cold. And are you in your bedroom or in the living room?
In the living room.
The living room suddenly gets freezing cold. But on the far end of the living room, you see Eddy materialize. And this time he looks like he did the day you actually married him. And as he gets closer to you, it looks like he's getting more and more solid. By the way, mark off the 16 magic points on your sheet.
Okay.
This took all of them.
Okay.
And you didn't even know you were using them.
No, I didn't.
Um,
Okay, that is 0.
so when he gets to you, he actually looks solid, like a real human being. And he's like, I weren't sure you were gonna make it there for a minute.
Are are you still dead?
Uh, sorta, kinda. If the thing that is ruling the place where I was comes after me, I don't have a choice. Uh, if it gives up and decides not to fuss with it, I'm here. And so what do you do?
Like, reach out to see if I can touch him because he looks solid, but I want to make sure.
You touch his arm. It feels like an arm. Uh, he feels solid. He feels like he's alive.
So I throw myself at him, of course.
Okay, he catches you, and the German Shepherd jumps in between you because Sandstone doesn't know who the guy is. He's like, what the fuck?
So I tell him, no, it's okay. I push him down. I'm like, no, it's okay, Sandstone.
And Eddie's like, who? So you replaced me with a dog, did you?
No, not a replacement. No, never replace you.
And so you two are happily tangled on the sofa, and the dog is like, what in the world? He's sitting on the floor going, this just keeps getting weirder and weirder. He's thinking to himself, I'm going to write a book about this.
Right.
Ooh,
Oh, that's always a good noise when the DM makes it.
uh, give me a spot hidden check.
Okay. Ooh, 80 out of 70.
Okay. You don't initially see this, but all of a sudden, Sandstone jumps up and starts barking. He's facing your bedroom, and he barks, and then he runs into the bedroom and keeps barking.
So I'll get up off the couch and go see what's going on.
Um, remember the spot on your wall that I said was the writing was gone?
Mm-hmm.
There's now this gelatinous looking clear stuff running down the wall.
Okay.
And that's what Sandstone is barking about. What do you do?
Well, I have no idea what it is. I'm gonna call Eddie in and ask if he knows what this is. Does this have something to do with where you were? What is this? Do you know?
He walks in, and you see him literally crumble to the floor.
Okay.
He's like, you need to leave now. You need to take Sandstone and go.
Why don't we all leave?
Because like I told you, if the controller of the place where I was returned, I didn't have a choice.
You can't run?
I was there too long.
What'll happen to me if I don't leave?
And then you remember that dream you had. it flashes in your head where that shadow that took Eddy said that after I take Eddy, I'm going to take you. And about that time, the clear gelatinous thing running down the wall coalesces into a shadow type form.
So I guess I'll run. I'll take sandstone and I'll get out.
And just before you do, you see it envelop Eddy. And Eddy disappears. And I need actually 2 sanity checks.
2.
One for seeing this thing, and one for seeing it basically eat Eddy.
Right. Okay. So a first sanity check is 10 out of 69.
Okay.
And second sanity check is 99 out of 69.
Oh, oh,
Oh, shit.
serious bots on sanity check. Because 99 or 100 is a bot on a
Oh.
sanity check.
Oh, shit. What does that mean?
That means you become permanently, mentally, you develop a permanent mental disorder from this.
Oh, great.
Um, I, let me get the list here.
So, does that mean like I've lost all my sanity points?
Uh, well, considering we're about to end this, the rest of them aren't really necessary. Because this is how this ends, basically. So let me find the sanity chart again. Um, um, there's about a dozen different ones, but since the breaks that you've had in the game, I'm going to say um, you plop down where Eddy was,
Mm-hmm.
and you just become you're not there anymore. The hallucination that you had where you were at the wedding becomes permanent in your head,
Okay.
and you just sit there on the floor and you hear a dog barking, but it sounds like it's far, far away. It's nowhere near the wedding ceremony that you're actually in. But the problem that this causes is after the thing gets Eddy,
Mm-hmm.
since you didn't run and you really have no way to defend yourself, it gets you too.
Great.
Eh, And and this ends with you and Eddy being in that dark forest on that road with no way out. And that's how we're going to end this little adventure. Love,
So,
love, love those bastards at just the right time. I told you your dice were out to get you. They were lulling you into a false sense of security. And then,
so
bam.
that man, that is 2 for 2 with deaths and Cthulhu here. And I
Yeah.
did try to run, but it was just too late.
Yeah. So, did you have fun?
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. It took 4+ hours, but we did it. Um, like I said earlier, well, Robin was having her computer problems. Um, this will be up in the next day or so. Check out all of our stuff on our YouTube channel. Follow us on social media. This will be up on podcast, Anchor, iHeart. If you like podcast instead, um, support our podcast because there's a button to do that. And um, it's really cheap. It's only $4.99 a month. You should do that. um, so and yeah, and check out all of Robin's books. The Amazon links are in the description. Uh, I hope you enjoyed me torturing Robin because seems to happen more often these days.
Especially in Cthulhu.
Well, she seems to be the one player that hangs around the most. So she's the one that gets tortured the most. Uh, we'll be back next week with Fallen Dragons. And then the next week after that, we'll be back on Vampire, which this show preempted, but I think it was worse than Vampire,
Yeah.
actually. So, um, and we'll be back with another Cthulhu for the holidays. Halloween, definitely, because who who doesn't want to do Cthulhu on Halloween? So that gives me a couple months to put something together for
Right.
that one. So um, I think that's all I got. So um, Robin, do you have anything you want to say?
No, that's it. See you next time.
Okay. Um, look for this up on our YouTube channel in the next couple of days, and like I said, Saturday will be fallen dragon. So we'll see you then. Good night.
Night.